Hello, hello, hi, yes, it is I. I am here. Welcome, welcome. I am. Holy crap, what is happening? What up? Camera is glitching. Okay, alright. I think we're good. I have no idea what that was. I've never seen that. My camera has never glitched like that before. That was weird. Uh, alright. I do. Oops. I do think we are. I think we are good now. Alright. Hello. Hello. Yes. I am here a little bit early today because I do plan on doing patch 2.1 and 2.2, which can take some time. I made sure that I had appropriate gear because I needed a higher item level. It needed to be over 60. Luckily, the class quest gave me Valor gear. And I decided to spend 600 on Augmented Ironworks, Magitech Sword, and Shield. Use my Poetics, because, that makes me stronger. So I want to get right into this, because, like I said, this can take a long time, and I don't want to be streaming till 10 o'clock at night again. And hopefully, my internet decides to behave. I'm a little concerned that my internet problems is due to the fact that I'm live streaming a online game and my internet just cannot handle it, but I'm really hoping that's not the case because then that means I just can't, stream this game accurately or efficiently. All right, so the price of principles. Let's go. 2.1. Yay. Hopefully my sounds are good. Pilskin, it pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting, Pilskin. My lady, gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this morning. Thank you, my lady. Ever since we defeated Gaius Van Belsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it however they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interest of the individual Eorzeans. Uh, our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this is to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage can empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Baldessian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to. Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. Yet, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on the matter. Yeah, I'm not talking to you again. I had to pull myself away from doing side quests so I could start early enough to be done early enough. I've been on this game all morning, making sure I was prepared to stream. I needed to get new gear and stuff, and then I had some time to kill while I ate my breakfast to start doing side quests. As you can see, I haven't been here yet to pick up the side quests. Recall you are meeting with the Admiral shortly after the Lemensons sent word of the summoning to Titan. Then maybe you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Maravib that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded. That we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke in short the truth. I'm gonna real quick, because I forgot to do this. Testing. Okay. Sorry, with my camera glitching, I just wanted to make sure my voice wasn't glitching. There you go, okay. That's not fine. And wherefore did I speak it? Because owing to allegiances to Alimza, I felt no compulsion to allow the Lemensons to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Benfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-state have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. I don't mean to talk to you, but okay. I was trying to go in order. Whatever. I have been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? Thank you. Fortune begets oh, it is because my camera was too far that way, I guess. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power to beyond doubt. Is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, Pilskin. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes to that, comes at the cost of our principles, neutrality was ever the delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Old Don now, and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand, whilst the other resteth over on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations. Nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat, to rise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the one to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortune so fortunate. I promise you he doesn't talk like that for long. He does stop eventually. Bitrate is so high. Why is my bitrate so high? Also, why is that so high? Move that down some. There we go. The situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Perhaps it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Pilskin. Jaw is still killing me. Lips are chapped today. Alpha now. Pilskin, is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and so we shall have it, Benfilia. The scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ul'dah. We must do what? So long as we remain within Ul'dah's territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. If we demonstrated our capabilities and the Syndicate has taken note, they will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize that they are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks in ether, right? They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause, which is why it and other factors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? I don't know. Maybe the place I decided to set as my home point. Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length and plant our banner in a place which all agrees to be beyond their borders. Korthus! Mordona. Yeah, there's a reason I set my my return port there. It's not just because those series of quests had us go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and we had to keep coming back to the town. There's a long cooldown for that to even be effective. No, I made it my return port because we're moving there. Like I said, like they give you way too many Vesper Bay tickets than you need because you only go there. Originally, I want to say that you probably had to come back here somewhat like 30, maybe 40 times, which is why the meme is a thing. But since they cut a lot of things down, I don't think you have to come back here nearly as much. I mean, maybe that hasn't gone down at all, but you only had to come back here like 30 times. And they give you over 100 tickets. I mean, granted, I'm going to end up using those tickets. Gonna have to come back to Vesper Bay quite often for other things, but still. Ravenous Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by the veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and her people over the years. But I truly believe this is the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Ul'dah is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we have built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, antecedent. I ask only that you recall the shared purpose for which we moved us to which first moved us to found the signs of the seventh dawn, and which moved you to find the path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are much more. We are as much your family as. That will be all, Alphino. I'm sure you have some familiar affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come between the needs of the order, after all. In other words, those familial matters he left to his sister. I don't need any of this, do I? I mean, maybe. Let's see here. Grab me that. I think as the tank I want tenacity. There we go. That's one quest done. Moving on. Levo Da. Has it truly come to this? Oh, Pilskin. Pray attend to Alphino. He is engaged in some business, or rather and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alphino waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. Whoop. Leave. Confound it, she knows what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Fulhamen was her name, though you may know her better as Songstress of Ul'dah. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea. Not to mention a certain Charlian minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adopted followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia too struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamen, I think it's Flamen. Flamen's absence stretched from months into years. She saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate, for whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamen is alive and well. Of our informants, Father Iliad has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubts that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth to La Nocia at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gigi Ruju as to the veracity of these rumors. Nod. Right. I gotta go to Costa del Sol. Going to Costa del Sol. Flashwind. I can fly. I can fly. Yeah, where are you? Oh, you're literally like. Where are you? You're down here. There you are. Also, not that. Not that. I need to put that on. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Makote muse, why have you forsaken me? The Titan's bane, I mean, Pilskin, what brings you to my humble resort? Flamen, you mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so very recently was the songstress of Ul'dah? Egads, man, if I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her go. My god, dude! Oh, for shame. To think that she now applies her trade with the riffraff off to the west. Or wherever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say! A tragedy! What? West, is it? Thank you, Master Jijiruju. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the dock, and see if any witness might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. Well, lucky for you, I can fly there now. I mean, it's still faster to teleport, but this is cheaper. Well, if it isn't Pilskin, the savior of Wineport, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give that woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to reject her from the premises. I interfering with tasting, do you understand? If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. We're just going to ignore that we talked to him and still go talk to this other person over here before we go talk to the blind man. Eh? You want to know if I've seen a Makote lass by the name of Flamen? I wish. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. There you go. See? The guy's useless. Continue with your grapevines. Oh yeah, Shamani Lamani, that's his name. I always forget this guy's name. I see you have had a great adventure since last we spoke, Pilskin. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago, one does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar, reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Reiketchagoli and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grows in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Gotta go track down a woman. Number three on my list of best girl Makotes in this game. Number 1 being Ishtola, and number 2 being Ishtola. There's a Makote in the Hildebrand quest line that, frankly, I do kinda like the best. I really like her goofiness. And then Ishtola, like, shortly after, and then Flamen. Hey look, it's Flamen! was about to get her butt kicked. Oh wait, I'm not I'm not a white mage anymore. I went to go use one of my spells from White Mage, which is where Riot Blade is, so I used the wrong move. I was like, alright, I'm not that person anymore. Yeah, I won't be doing the Hildebrand quest line on stream. They're a bit long, and it's better that you just experience it for yourself. It is goofy, it is weird, and also I think that Hildebrand's dad might get me in trouble because he is naked. Well, not really naked, he's in his underwear, but still. I am in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Gabu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and Flamen, I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? What, you want me to say Jesus? Sorry, I've mentioned this numerous times, but I'm on a Marvel kick right now, watching through all the movies. It's only a matter of time before I get back to Endgame. Infinity War? Infinity War. What master do you serve? What master? Do you want me to say Jesus? It appears we've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Old Da, I presume. Minfilia, or should I say, Acilia, is looking for you. Acilia? You are the very picture of health, my lady. Yet, the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is, why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me do so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me, more than you know. But tell me, sojourn in the forest of La Nocia aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I travel all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? But my apologies for the interruption. Anyways, now that we all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, I say? Well, at least she agreed to have a chat with us. Alphino nearly scared her off by interrogating her so. Like, Alphino, you have a long way to go before you learn how to talk to a lady. But you can't blame Alphino. The dude grew up basically privileged and like privileged, sheltered, high society, went to the best private school ever, that kind of guy. So he knows how to talk to people, but only in diplomatic situations. When it comes to personal conversations, he kind of lacks a little bit. This is not at all how I had envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. She never agreed. None of those are useful. I mean, I could have gotten the ring for my white mage, but again, it's not. Aw, look at that picture. Isn't that picture cute? Aw. You say my daughter awaits us at Vesper Bay, yes? I have kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fastening the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. For the record, in these patch quests, and I'm here, in the see, I didn't even have to use one of the tickets. They just teleport me here. Yeah, in a lot of these patches, they cut a lot of content, right? Like a lot to get you through the patches. Because of that, a lot of the busy work is gone, but so is a lot of the impact of the story. I mention this now because Flamen literally went from I will tell her when the time is right to immediately I think the time is now. And you can kind of tell that there was supposed to be something in there. I think there was a couple of quests where we did busy work for her to help her get the ingredients for this perfume and stuff like that, which she was making for her sole purpose before she talked to Menphilia again. They cut a lot of that out, and it's like, you know what? We don't need that. Let's just have her go talk to Menphilia now. And this does pose a big problem later on in the later Realm Reborn patches, which I will mention when we get there. And it really hinders the story. It speeds up the pace and it makes it faster, but it does hinder the story a little bit. And I am a little bit bummed by it, but not too much. And I'll explain to that when we get to that later. That won't be today, though. I'm pretty sure what I'm talking about is patch either 5.4 or 5.5. Or not 5, 2.4 or 2.5. Antecedent, you have a guest. Lamin? Mommy! Acelia. God dang it. I haven't seen her like this in years, Pilskin. I never truly believed it would, but when they told me you were dead, but what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and your cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Acelia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Celsedia perfume. You remembered. Yeah, see, she was making a perfume to give to Menphilia, and after you find her, you're supposed to go, and it's either 1 or 2 more quests, but you're supposed to go and find more ingredients to this perfume, and then she agrees to go meet Menphilia while she's concocting the perfume along the way. But they just cut out the busy work of you looking for the ingredients, so she just goes from, I'll tell her when the time is right, to, I guess the time is right. Literally within a quest. So she was fastening a perfume for her daughter. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. It was no trouble for my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Pilskin, however. I could not have made it without him. See? Now, granted, this could still work because we did save her life from the Gabu, but it's talking about all the busy work I did to help her get the ingredients. They cut a lot of it out. Like I said, it does hinder the story a little bit, but not in a way that's going to really matter too much. Thank you, Pilskin. Thank you both. There's something else. This is a cat's eye. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years, you've kept it. Please tell me cat's eye is like a gem or a flower and not an actual cat's eye. My father was a member of the Alamiga resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ul'dah. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamin who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I am no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was very dedicated student. Okay, so it's a gemstone. Yay. Yeah, I feel like I knew that because I think it is one of the gemstones that you can mine if you do the mining stuff. And on my miner is level 50, so I think I have mined my fair share of cat's eyes. I just don't remember. It's been a while. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but it was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamin as a gift. She said it was beautiful, but there I was at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Asilia. Nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You have succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Asilia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and your scions must leave Ul'dah. Lamin. Alfina, what did you say to my mom? It's not cool to get her to manipulate me. You built it once, Cecilia. You can build it again. And this time, we'll do it together. Truly? Pack bags, everyone. We're moving out. Alphino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll, as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldessian. Preparations begin at once. What if Lament is just an Ascian? Like, what if she did die in the Calamity and she's just being possessed by an Ascian? Like, it's just an Ascian just walking around in her dead body. That's weird. That's a concept. Think about that one. Trust no one. Everyone's an Ascian. Yeah, sure. Give me a choker. Yeah. Yeah, that's a choker. Yeah, there used to be belts. They took away the belt slot. Laying the foundation. And we're not moving to foundation? No, we can't go to foundation yet. That's Heaven's Sword. That's Heaven's Ward content. That's the next expansion. If you saw me going through Korthus at all, you could see that there was an area that led into a place called Foundation. It was on the map quite a bit whenever I brought up the map. If you happen to see that, that's Heaven's Ward content. It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there is much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Well, were it not for the guild's considerable efforts, the original Camp Revenant's Toll would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor. However, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the guild will require something in return for their support. Sympathetic to our cause, though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with the local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, antecedent. Who are these people? Really, Alphino. If I need concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am, nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll. See, like, he's good at diplomacy, because that's what he was taught at a young age, being in such high society, privileged life, right? He was taught to, diplomacy. He was taught diplomacy, much like high society kids are and whatnot in these fictional worlds. I don't know if that's how it is in, like, real world high society people. I'm not high society. I don't know. But I imagine that a high society, like, people in these fictional worlds, like Alphino's family, is no different than, like, if you were royalty, right? Where it's like royalty, at a young age, you're taught diplomacy and stuff like that because you need to be able to talk to foreign leaders and whatnot. So he's good at that, but he's not good at talking to people normally. It is an honor, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at an earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Ravenous Toll held the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. Also, I don't think it's a spoiler to talk about. Like, I'm not going to talk about his family directly, but I don't think it's a spoiler to mention that he came from a privileged youth in high society standards, and he's good at diplomacy. That is pretty much apparent when talking to him, just by the way he talks. Because, like, even though he's a student of Baldessian, Urian J is a student of Baldessian, Ishtola is a student of Baldessian, you can clearly see that there's a different way that Alphino talks in comparison to the other two. Know that my associate at Ravenous Toll had held the Signs of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. Oh, that's a guy, my bad. There are, of course, certain provisions which must needs be negotiated. If it pleases you, I would do so. It does. Sir, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Pilskin, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance? Slaffborn spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum is an undertaking few can contemplate. A fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Ravenous Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. Jaw is killing me. I have a bad jaw due to a really bad tooth, right? And every now and again it flares up and it just bothers me. It should go away in a couple of days. Something just bit my leg. I'm falling apart, people. Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Pilskin. Perhaps I should dispatch you to Ravenous Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you had earned yourself a rest. After all, you have traveled far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again soon. Till then, take care. Oh, look at me reading a book. I'm not reading that book. I can't even see the book. I'm too small. Ah, Pilskin, were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come to me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us. Look at my crown. I'm the king. King Pilskin. All hail King Pilskin. You're here. You're here. Good. I came bearing news. The negotiations are concluded, and they tell you to go shove it, lady. I'm sorry. Our friends at the Adventurers Guild has agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Ravenous Toll. The Sirens of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. Yay! A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. Look, Tataru's exhausted. From the waking sands to the rising stones. Possibly poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? No, it's almost like it's a video game. I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Reborn included. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our order's veils of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. Are you sure that is wide antecedent? Yeah, so, in case you're unaware, the governance of Ul'dah is not like Limsa or Gridania, where you have the leader, Maravib and Connie Senna, who basically oversee this city and the people inside of it, and then they have their right hand person, which is generally the leader of their respective free companies, right? Ul'dah is not like that. Ul'dah has Nanamo Ul'Namo, who is just one, like, even though she is the leader, she is only one of many different people on a council called the Syndicate that basically runs various different aspects of Ul'dah. Because Ul'dah is a merchant city. So it's all about money, it's all about people, it's all about refugees, people coming and going. And there's a council of people that talk about everything that is going on. So though the Syndicate wants to try to use the Scions as their own private military, Reborn and Nanamo don't. They're on the side of let us be free, let us be neutral. But obviously they're getting outvoted by the Syndicate, and the Syndicate is trying to get them in. And I am pretty sure I know who it is that wants us in. If anything, it is more formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. Yeah, it's like, no, we are a secret society that everyone knows about. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the signs of the Seventh Dawn stand for. It's almost like Shield. We're the secret military organization that is run by the government, but like to the normal people, we don't exist. But yet at the same time, everybody knows we exist. We have giant helicarriers in the gosh darn sky. It's like, how can you be both secret and not secret at the same time? Well, obviously, the risk to pot, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. And the people have a right to know who saved them. It is my place that the gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one and at once to all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire. To you, my fellow scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, but they will be great indeed. Why are you looking at me? It's almost like she's saying, hey, the game's not over yet. There's going to be more stuff to do. After this, you have the rest of this expansion, plus you have the rest of this patch, 4 more patches, and then like what, 6 expansions, all with 5 patches afterwards. It's like there's a lot of game. Great, I say, yet with no greater than us, we will rise to them, as we have time and again, united as one. Huzzah! Yay! Woohoo! Yippee! Yippee skippy! Cutscenes! What's up, Tataru? There must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in materials. Maybe I should ask Flamen to teach me the basics of mining, too. Oh, right. I remember this. The long adventure of Tataru trying to be useful. Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alphino, I mean. It is almost predictable that you didn't hear anything. I just spoiled that she's gonna be like trying out various different things. It's fine. It's a minor spoiler, it's nothing major. I'm not gonna spoil anything major, that's for dang sure. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments ago. See, the problem is I get so engrossed in the game that I'm playing that sometimes I actually forget that I'm streaming. And that's why I keep saying things as if I'm like talking to myself. I mean, it was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after I had expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own. Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slathmorn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road, and present us well, Pilskin. I have 29 quests just chilling. Most of which I haven't completed. That one I'm not doing though. This I'm gonna do on stream. This is the raid. I'm gonna do that on stream when I'm done with all the patches. I was told to expect the Scions, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long, Pilskin. You have something for me, yes? Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? Would that we had a dozen more like you. Since we don't, though, we'll just have to give the work of a dozen men. I jest. I will be right back. I'm back. It's possibly a primal. Back to the work of a dozen men, I see. Ha! But I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important man such as yourself has the time for a menial task. But since you're here, mayhaps you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home. See the impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a bunch of the guards, the bunch of the guild, you see? As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortune to be had about the realm. It may get a bit raucous at times, raucous at times, but I imagine it'll be a good place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me, I'll show you around. Is that you, Pilskin? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have the most urgent news. We received grim tidings from the Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. Come on! You had to do it one more time. Is everything quite alright, friend? I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear that it is no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries. You can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Woo. So yeah, it's in here. This is the seventh heaven. It is a Final Fantasy VII joke reference. Also, in there, behind him, is a girl named Jessie. She regularly works with Biggs and Wedge. Massive Final Fantasy VII references all around. Thought I should mention that. Because why not? I'm trying to fight the urge of taking more ibuprofen. But like, it's like I can feel it. It's like swollen down here right now. Like my lymph node is swollen, and that's putting a lot of pressure on my already bad jaw. That's a big hat. A message from the Twin Aider came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to the conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look on her face after he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that oh God, why is the pressure is going to my ear now? Could it be that the Ixal had summoned Garuda again? Or mayhaps Imperial forces have been sighted within the shroud? Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it's nothing we can't handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do. Hey, Flamin. Now everything's starting to hurt. Now my head's starting to hurt. No, I'm fine. I don't need to. I don't need to take any medication right now. I knew the day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reasons to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania. Thine arrival is customarily timely, Pilskin. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needing ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Urianger says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to one observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Mughals guard beyond such follies. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation. Thy presence hath been requested by Commander Huloy. He awaits thee at the Ader's Nest. Pray hasten to Gridania, Pilskin. Ida and Papalymo will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Oops. Alright. I'm sorry. I have to take something. Sorry. No, the problem is, it's not gonna storm down outside. It's completely clear. No, my jaw and my head, two serious injuries that I have that affects me and actually are very painful, has not bothered me, because they only bother me when they flare up. Other times they just, you know, it doesn't even feel like anything, right? Like, I just feel normal. They haven't bothered me in months, but they've been bothering me for the past, like, 4 days now. Like, I don't know why, but they both my head up here and my jaw has decided to start flaring up, and it's very painful. But they haven't bothered me in months, so I don't know what gives. A pleasure to see you as always, Pilskin. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I could think of no one more qualified to. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, allow me to explain. Sure, I'll grab me another one. 5. Hail to the king, Kupo. Not long ago, the Mughal Kuplu Kup visited the Ader's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Mughal kind, one which would imperil the entire 12 wood if left unchecked. You proved to be an ambassador to the Selfs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Mughals. The rest you should hear from Kupla Kup himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Dance. Level 70. I don't want to use that for Pilskin. I'll hold on to it. Not Pilskin. I don't want to use it for my tank. I'm gonna hold on to it until my white mage level 50, and then use it on that class. As Pilskin already has, he has a level 130 weapon right now. So anything that weapon coffer gives him is not going to be nearly as good as what he already has. The other scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? The Lotus Staffs. Please, you have to stop them, but you mustn't kill them. They're not bad Moogles, Kupo. They're just misguided. A gentle, no, firm thrashing is the order. Yes, but no. Calm yourselves, Koopla Koop. Can you not see that he hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful am I. Yeah, Connie Senna has two siblings, a brother and a sister, and both of them are tied to the White Mage quests. They're the ones that give you the White Mage quests. Most gracious am I that you have come, Pilskin, and upon such short notice, truly Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know, therefore we summoned you. Our friend Koopla Koop has brought to us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that great King Moogle XII has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, we possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So good King Moogle XII, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo. The realm of men would suffice, he said, so all the Moogles should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down, but good King Moogle the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This had nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the worlds below. And that is how the Moogles came to be to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Moogle II, or the 12th. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens, so that Moogle kind might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand. That being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tried the rope to something. Good thinking. He tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea? The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Moogle XII is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Moogles with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? Ida, where the heck have you been? Where? The Kobolds. The Amalja. The Ixal. The Sylphs were doing it. Right? Heck, even the frickin' Empire sort of kind of did it. Well, they found a machine. But still, where have you been? Beast tribes from day one have been praying really, really hard on magical stones of the earth to bring out their gods. She's not paying attention. What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this lasting period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. Yeah, see, Rhea O Senna, Connie Senna, Rhea O Senna. And then there's a guy as well, but I don't think he's here. Their brother. I think the Mughals guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon the greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes, come what may. I assure you, the Mughals only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Mugamog XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo, verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned the Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Mughals in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat, not only to the Mughal kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, Pilskin, confront good King Mugamong XII and drive him from our midst. Humbly, I do thank you. The sanctuary of the Mughals guard and their liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Isuma Yan of the Conjurers Guild. That's not their brother. He's just another person. He runs the Conjurer Guild. Their brother is also a Senna. I just don't remember his name at the top of my head. Will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. Because if I remember correctly, Rhea and their other brother are twins, right? And I think they're supposed to be reminiscent of Palam and Porum from Final Fantasy IV. Whereas, like, she is the one that's more mature and smart and uses her white magic abilities for good. And now, granted, he's not a black mage like Porum, Palam is. And Final Fantasy IV, they're both white mages, but he's more reckless and hot-headed. So they're supposed to be reminiscent of, like, a reference to them, of Palam and Porum. But he's not here because he's hot-headed and he bickers with the sister all the time and doesn't want to get involved in things. All of that is in the white mage side quests, but you know, I'm not doing everything on stream. I would never be able to get anywhere if I did. I gotta leave some things for people to want to play the game for themselves for. And it is free up until Shadowbringers. That's the base game plus 3 expansions. That's up to level, what, 80? You get to play to up to level 80. For free. Yeah. Welcome, Pilskin. Welcome. That you should be able to face good King Mugamog XII is a great comfort. To me and to the elementals, both. As I am sure you know, the Mughals are not by their nature a warlike race. Yet, should the king be suffered to remain, it is likely that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly. before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. Aiming, healing, casting, don't care. Nice. You have selected Regicide. Okay. The wards barring access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones. The self-same method employed 5 years ago when first the king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the staying of the guardian who then held the keystone, for none were in our possession at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kuplakoop confided in me that he had been entrusted with the rest of the keystones by the Mughals guard themselves. Yet, wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for fear that the Mughal might succumb to the corrupted influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kuplakoop's keystone, Pilskin. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at the West Shore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. God. Now I gotta speak to Kuplakoop. Whoops. Where are you? Why are you all the way over there? So, how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there truly is no other way, I'll do it. Kupo, take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead. Okay. Oh, he's right here. I keep thinking he's at the end of the dock by a boat. Ugh. The Mughal guard. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him. I will fight you, Mughal's guard. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this Lalafell? Well, that's racist. Imperials, Gridanias, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to the Kins Mughal. He plots treason against the crown. Enough. Kuplakoop will answer for his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Mughal the 12th. May his reign forevermore, Kupo. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. They're Mughal. I can give them whatever voice I want. The king is planning to purge the 12 Wood of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. The entrance of Thornmarch is deep within the bramble patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward. But be warned, the Mughal's guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Do I need to beckon you? Or do you just follow? Okay, it looks like you just follow. Okay. Oh, hello. Let's go around. Oh, Chocoble's gone. You're here, Kupo. I don't see any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Then step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus, like when you attune to an aetheryte, Kupo. I'll open the way for you. Nice. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Moogles a lesson and send the king back whence he came. Thorn March. Hard. Now accessible. Yeah, there's no Thorn March normal or Thorn March easy. It's just hard. It's just Thorn March hard. Ugh. Let's see if I can do this. Alright, so this is going to have 2 tanks. Yay! Which means now I have to wait for 8 people! Whoa! Let's hope this doesn't take too long. making I'm making good progress because I looked up how long patch 2.1 and 2.2 were. It said 2.1 was about 4 to 6 hours. I've already been streaming for an hour and a half, and I'm making good progress. I don't think it's gonna take me 4 hours to finish this. Well, depending on how long this takes. If this takes an hour, then maybe. La 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 la. We need to buy me more gift souls. Yeah. Now, when I get into this fight, and this is one of my favorite fun facts that I like letting people know because nobody notices it when they first play this game. They don't even notice it the 17th time that they're in this dungeon, unless you are really thinking about it or you're a diehard fan like I am. I want you to listen to the song that is playing in the background very intently and tell me if it sounds familiar to you. Whenever I get in here, I want you to listen to the song. If I get in here. While I'm waiting, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I was hoping that my thing proc. It always does whenever I run off to the bathroom. I really hope this does not take too long. I mean, I am a tank, so it should go faster, but it's just a matter of can we find another tank? I need to check the party finder, but I doubt anyone's in here looking. Oops, not that. No, but no, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, see, these are all locked duties. Probably because these are specific parties. Darn. Or duties I can't do yet. I think that also makes it a locked duty. Well, it's been 5 minutes thus far. Average wait time went up to 9 minutes. So there's that. Anyone want to join? If the queue takes too long, I'll just ask my free company if they want to join in. Like, hey, anybody on here want to help me do Thorn March Hard? The queue's taking too long or whatnot. Which asked the free company. PlayStation keyboard. See if anyone answers me. You know, sometimes if I withdraw it. No, I didn't want to attack that. Go away. But just willing to help out. I tried not to message in my free company during during stream, because every now and again they do talk spoilers in there, which they really shouldn't, but whatever. It doesn't bother me because I've seen the entirety of the game, more or less, but they really shouldn't be talking spoilers inside the free company. There is new people up in here, and I don't want that spoilers up in my stream, even though I can't seem to keep my mouth shut. Oops. Oh, look at that. Alright. Doesn't seem like anyone else wants to come. Alright. I made a healer, so that might make things faster. Oh, look, it's faster. Dang it. Come on. There you go. Alright. Alright, listen to the song. Upo, who in the seven hells are they? Meddling adventures, I'd wager. Moogle's God, 2 arms, defend the king, Kupo. I can't see anything. Did the song sound familiar to you? I'll tell you what the song is afterwards if you haven't guessed by now. It's fine. Did the song sound familiar to you? Yeah, it's the same exact rhythm as This Is Halloween from Nightmare Before Christmas. It is the same exact song. And it will be absolutely hilarious if I put this up on YouTube and I get copyrighted for This Is Halloween, even though it's not that song. It's different lyrics. Same exact rhythm though. I don't need that. Item 75. I don't need that. Here, you can have that. Yeah, I don't need that. Player accommodation. I think I did good. There was that one moment where I didn't dodge the AoE, but it wasn't. It was one invulnerability. It was fine. There's 2 tanks. As long as like I will just tank inside of the giant circle. You did it, Cupo. You did it. Good King Moogamong the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened if you had not stopped the Moogle's guard when you did. Thank you, Pilskin. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words with them too. You should go and tell Pukini Pak that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Rayo at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain. Yeah. Yep. Yay. This. Fate, lazy with you. I'll worry about all that later. Where do I go? I'm over this way. You'll listen to what Alphina. Well, you'll listen to what Alphina says, won't you? He stands guard at the barrier over Amator. Oh, wait. Oh, I want to talk to you. Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Migamong the 12th, may his magnificent virtue serve as an example to us all, has fallen. All Moogle kind owes you a debt, Koopa. Ah, and I sense Rayo wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruptions. On the properties of primals. Your bravery and service to the 12 Wood and her Moogles shall not be forgotten, Pilskin. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouths of the man responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stands and treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. Oh, I can't actually see her quest now because I can't do it right now. That's weird. Usually you can see the exclamation point over top of NPC's heads, whether you can do their quest or not, like that, see? And like all these other ones, unless they took it off for class quests, unless I am that class. Where am I going? Probably ask, where am I? Conjurer's Book. I might ask Fudge later how I did with tanking. I like knowing how I did because even to this point I do still have some tank anxiety, and I feel like I might not be doing the best that I possibly can. So I like asking other people, like, how did I do in that dungeon? Did I do good? Or whenever I'm doing like a high-end dungeon or something like that, or something outside my norm, like I like having feedback, like, so I can be better. The Elder Cecil is expecting you, sir. May I show you in? But I'll do that when I'm off stream. Actually, you know what? I'll just do it now while he's on. That's nice. Well, anxious. Pilskin, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus have I 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch. We listened to This Is Halloween on repeat. Then it was as we feared. The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Muggles don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Then perhaps the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through the combination of power contained by the crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Muggles called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, even slain, said being left no corpse. The ether which comprised him instead being scattered to the 4 winds. According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same. Which means... Asians. This whole business reeks of their handiwork. I think I got Pilskin's voice down. Kupapo? They said it was a masked man who had taught them how years ago. But Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question. Confound it all. How many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts? So many, too many, I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A somber thought, but a solitary one. My heartfelt thanks, Pilskin. Already, the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I must have much to discuss. Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter. The matter in which you speak has even been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to the Ravenous Toll. We knew we can count on you, my lady. While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seer, mayhaps you could return to the Waking Sands and apprise the antecedents of all that has transpired. Nice. Don't look at this. I'm reading. Oh. Did he log out? I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. I'll never get my vindication. I'll just always have anxiety. Nah. Even if people tell me that I'm doing really good and I'm an actual great tank and the best tank that they've ever seen in their life, the anxiety's not going to go away. I'm always going to feel the pressure of the fact that if I mess up, everyone dies. I'm always going to feel that pressure. I don't think it's ever going to fully go away. It only will subside slightly. Like, I definitely feel better at tanking now than I did on day one, right? I definitely feel better at tanking now than I did on day one. That being said, every time I get a new skill and every time I go into a new dungeon, I always feel like it's going to be even harder than the last one. And if I don't do things right, I'm going to screw everything up. Because there is such thing as like for example, in those dungeons, right? A full party dungeon where there's 8 people and there's 2 tanks. You're supposed to have a main tank and an off tank. You're supposed to have one person that's taking most of the damage and then a second person that takes some of the damage when the first person is either getting low on health or just like partway through the fight, you just swap who the tank is, right? Now, I don't generally know how all of that works. I don't even know if that is an actual mechanic within this game or if that is just a universal tank thing that people just decided to start doing. I don't know. So I'm only tanking to the best of my abilities until someone tells me otherwise. It is good to see you hale and hearty, Pilskin. I received word from Ida and Papalima that you had felled good King Mugamog XII, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. I have good King Mugamog stuck in my head now, by the way. Yeah. So it was as they said, summoned with the same methods used by the beast tribes and taught by the Asians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks, Pilskin. The Gifted. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So, as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Ravenous Toll in small groups, departing at regular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct further operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attacks. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end, Pilskin. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Urian J. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our order's history. Mayhaps it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. Urian J shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alize shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Urianger, would you require of him if any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something important. Yeah, so essentially what she's saying is, Urianger over here has various side quests for us where we can fight harder versions of the three primals that we fought earlier in the game. Ifrit, Ramu, and Garuda. Because his NPC is in the Waking Sands, they had to explain why he's going to be here and not at Revenant's Toll, right? Because he's going to always be here with side quests. One of the side quests that he has is the normal raid for Realm Reborn, the one that I mentioned I was not going to do on stream because nobody ever enters the raid for it, and the queues are just very, very long, and I can't count on, like, because even if Fudge were to help me to get into the thing with a tank and a healer, it's very unlikely that we would still find a party within like 30 minutes. So I'm gonna just do that one off stream because people skip that one because it's not necessary for to unlock a normal raid roulette. It is not necessary for that, so nobody does it. And because it's not integrated into the normal roulette, you can't count on people doing roulettes to get into the dungeon. So you need people specifically seeking out doing that dungeon, which nobody does, right? It's one of the few things in this game that is not in, it's not in the raids, right? And normally you can go into raids and dungeons and trials and stuff like that unsynced at a higher level and do it by yourself at whatever your current level is. Normally that would be a possibility, but there is a section within this particular raid where you physically have to have at least two people because you need to split the party and have one person go one way and one person go the other way. Because once you go one path, you cannot backtrack to go the other path, and you need to hit like two switches. So you need at least two people. So again, later on, I could probably do it with someone unsynced, and that's fine. But I'm just going to do it off camera. All it is, which you can do it in your own time when you play the game. It is a raid with Alize learning of her family's history and Louis Soir, and it's just a bunch of backstory of what happened in 1.0 and the battle at Cartano, but you get enough of that throughout the main story that you don't really need to worry about it. It's just a bunch of extra lore if you want it. So I'm just gonna skip it. But Urianger is working directly with Alize, who is at this point focusing on that quest, that stuff going on. Thou art ever welcome, Pilskin, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave, unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, they countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhaps thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should slightly be consigned to the annals of history. In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely strided into the great unknown, only to find that there the banner of his ancestor, faded by the eons, and still man glorieth in his discovery. 'Tis through his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. The heck did you just say? I promise. He stops talking like this eventually. But be not offended, Pilskin. They can, because I think the developers heard people's complaints about the way that so many people talk Shakespearean, specifically Urian J, and they cut it down in future expansions. Urian J still talks like this for a little bit through like the next 2 expansions, but it does slowly diminish. Like with every expansion, he talks less and less and less like this. Be not offended, Pilskin. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhaps it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. Would that the same could be said of. Uh-oh. That's just bit rate, okay. Ah! Whence come thy cry? The solar, lawful fiend, and antecedent. What happened? Pilskin, you must. Oh, plot. Plot's happening. Tell me, Louis Soir, would you have done the same? Louis Soir Levier was a remarkable man, was wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. Uh-oh. Ah, he's wearing white. He must be important. An Asian? Here. How? Well, how do you know he's an Asian? He's wearing white, not black. He could be a completely separate organization. How readily you see you are indeed gifted, antecedent. But you are not like the others. Your robes. Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The faults lie with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary, unlike he who came before. I have no quarrel with you. You speak of La Habrea. La Habrea is a warrior. He fought, he fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes. Then he is still. Come, I only confirm that which you already knew. There is no cessation, no obliviation, only expulsion. What are... Okay. We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else. Is something the matter? Ah, I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. Thanks, Tataru, for telling the bad guys where we're going. It is only to be expected. He lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct. I do not understand. Shadowless, flawless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did such she perceive not. So it is with all but a chosen few, even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me. Nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us who as we are, rather than this crude approximation. La Brea did not think so highly of the Echo. La Brea is wrong about the great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. And if we did, there would be no strife between our people, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends. Wait, stay where you are. Ah! Well, there's her scream. Mayhaps I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor? I wonder. I take it there is no need to explain. Yes, plot told me what happened. The magical MacGuffin power. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you all right? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Rianje, send word to the students of Aldessian. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to the Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady. Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands. Yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would he be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him, Pilskin. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to. Pray attend me, Tataru. Hold on one second. Get raid again. Alright, now the search for the Ascian. Oh. Yeah, no, okay, he never answered me. He's not going to. Okay. Or she. I don't know if Fudge is a guy or a girl. I really don't. No? Say it's like I can't find him on my map. I am told you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. I'm gonna follow him, because I'm crazy. I didn't mean to bring it. No. Oh my god. That button. I can't hit my buttons right. A gruesome gargoyle. You ain't gonna beat me. I have good armor. There we go. Faster if I fly. Asians. You please. Thank you. Easy. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save he who bested La Habrea could endure such an examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in the absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in his gift that he could cast us out. Your mother favors you still. That much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. Though these lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it all be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. Wrong way. That's a different quest. That's to unlock Copperbell Mines hard mode. I'm saving all the side quests to turn in for my white mage to give my white mage some levels. But my white mage is not high enough level to turn them in yet. Thank the gods you've returned, Pilskin. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take our visitor proved elusive? Beg pardon. He was waiting for you. What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so it shall be again. Of when does he speak? And of what, exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much, but revealed nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Habrea. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions. Build on the stone. Let us set aside the matter of this Asian until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the resistance with vital imperial secrets, while feeding his paymasters subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the single greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father. Down, 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 down. Run! Run, Pilskin! Hey, Radolf. I thought thee departed. To what end does thou linger? Here's a book. The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well can I imagine the antecedent's pain. Upon mine honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. Okay, dude. Pilskin, this has been Philia. Forgive me, but I would wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have to, once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the seventh heaven in Raven's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new aetheryte in Raven's Toll. After all, It is right on our doorstep. Assuming I already attuned to it, assuming I already set it as a home port. Ugh. Ugh. Big stretch. Big stretch. Totaro. Oh, Pilskin, you're here. Good, good. We were wondering when you'd show up. As I was telling you, your restive receptionist here. I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents that you've been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours. Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. I'm pretty sure that's a country song. Take that odd-looking fellow over there, for example. He's been eyeing us most suspiciously ever since we arrived. I cannot help but wonder if we are truly safe here. Yeah. He's the guy I was showing you earlier that gives you the Alliance raid quest. Cause the way that it works is the Alliance raid is uploaded into the game during each patch of X.1, the X being the patch number. In this case, it's 2. Heaven's Ward is 3, Stormblood is 4, Shadowbringers is 5, Endwalker is 6, and Dawntrail is 7. During X.1, the first portion of the Alliance raid is unlocked, and then you get more at X.3, I believe, and then more on X.5. No. My bad. No. It is during X.0, X.2, and X.4 is when you get them. But she's telling you this now because they are the first 4 would have normally been unlocked at this point, and then you would have to wait for the next patch to get the next 4, and then the next patch, then point 4 to get the next 4 for the Alliance raid. I will be doing all of that in one continuous stream. Actually, it's not even it's Alliance raid, not normal raid. My bad. Alliance. I was thinking normal raid. Right? The normal raid is cut up into 3 parts at point 0, point 2, and point 4. The Alliance raids, I'm pretty sure, are maybe also cut up into 3 parts, or maybe all released at 1 part. I don't know. I don't really know how the Alliance raids are. I've never played an Alliance raid when it came out. I always played the normal raids when they came out, but never a Alliance raid. But this is for the Alliance raid, which has 3 dungeons rather than, 12. Ah, that man. I can't say I've spoken to him myself, but rumor has it he's come to hunt the ancient treasure in the Crystal Tower. You've seen that structure I speak of, no? It'd be hard to miss it. That massive pillar of shining crystal that looms high over the land just to the southeast of here? If the tales are to be believed, it is a remnant of some ancient civilization. The details remain a mystery, and that's no doubt why it's drawn adventurers and scholars from all over looking to unearth its secrets. The man over there is no exception, and if my instincts are true, he knows more than most. If you're curious about the tower yourself, you could do worse than to talk to him and see what he knows. Why, if I weren't otherwise occupied with my duties here, I'd have half a mind to join you. I mean, just look at it. I can scarce begin to imagine what wonders lie inside. Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat, despite the relocation. Now, granted, I have already done, not on Pilskin, but on my other character, I have done every single normal raid in the game, with the exception of the one in Stormblood. I have never done that. So when I get to that will be a first time on stream. Now, when it comes to the Alliance raids, I've only ever done 2, right? I've done the one for A Realm Reborn because it is mandatory. You have to do it in order to complete the game. And the one for Heaven's Ward. That is it. I've not done any more than that. I did start the one for... Was it Stormblood? It might have been Stormblood. No. Endwalker. Yes, Endwalker. It was, I did start the one for Endwalker, but because I was doing it with a bunch of my friends and they were waiting on me to unlock everything, I did end up skipping all the cutscenes. So I haven't read like all of the cutscenes in that, and I haven't finished it. I've never did the last couple of dungeons and all that. So that is still going to be somewhat new to me as well. And I'll be doing all the normal raids and Alliance raids on stream, with the exception of the one for Bahamut, which is A Realm Reborn, the one I keep talking about. And with that, Pilskin, I do believe it's time you officially announced your presence to everyone inside. The Intestinate and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. 4 to 6 hours, huh? It takes 4 to 6 hours to do this, huh? Crystal Tower quest series is now available from the Outlandish Man. Was it not? He had the quest. Yeah, in order to progress the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. While you are granted to respite from your duties as a Scion, use your time to probe the depths of the Crystal Tower and see what ancient secrets may be gleaned. I will be doing that after I'm done with 2.5. It's going to be a weird spot to put it, but I'm just going to be doing the normal raids after I finish all the 0.5 stuff. Here's our new headquarters. It looks much nicer. It is much bigger. There's Countenant, Lamin, Thancred, Hori Boulder, Papalimo, Ida. Yeah, and also just assume that like if they have a name and they're inside my and there's Ishtola, and they're inside here, they must be important enough to have a name, whether it be through they have a side quest for me or they're part of the main story. Because like even in the Waking Sands, there was a bunch of people in there, and the ones that had names had side quests, right? They didn't really show up much in the story. Scions of the Seventh Dawn. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, look, there's 7 of them. 8 if you include me. So we're the Scions of the 8th Dawn. No, the 7th Dawn is not to do with their numbers. It's because we're in the 7th Umbral Calamity. Or Umbral Era. Actually, I think we're in the 8th now. I don't remember. Well, it is certainly spacious. You got a cozy fireplace, too. Oh, there's the Adventurer Guild people. They don't have names. Probably. Today marks a new beginning for the signs of the seventh dawn. For today we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no notion, but serve all in Eorzea's people, proudly and openly. All this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the scions of the seventh dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. For Eorzea! Huzzah! All right, everybody leave. This has been one heck of a journey for Minfilia. Let her take a nap. A moment of your time. I mean, in the course of one side quest, she had to say goodbye. She had to say hi to her mom, bye to her house. Got attacked by a burglar while leaving her house. Like, this is an emotional roller coaster from Minfilia. She needs a nap. A moment of your time, Pilskin. I would speak of Elidibus. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bequeathed me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldessian hath been met with silence. No one will respond. Uh-oh. How odd. Allow me to try. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. Rion, what did you do to piss off the students of Baldessian? They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldessian, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. 'Tis possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however. They are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do whatever you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visitor from the crimson-clad Asian, perhaps? Or Ochre? Or Poos? What are the Poose? Poos? I don't know. And which of all our allies will then fall silent? For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the crystal of darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Asian menace. But I was wrong. He endured, and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare the world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Pilskin. I discern them all around, and disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is as is a picture of resolve. And I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. In other words, there's going to be some time between this patch and the next patch for people that played this game when it first came out. For me, I can go immediately into the next patch because yay. Cryo, are you there? Oh no, Cryo, where are you? Ah, hi, Elidibus. Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question, our plans are in motion, your intentions unclear. They surveyed the seventh arbor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes. And at long last they see. Yep, a realm awoken. Yay. Next. Alright. Still waters. Alright, now I'm in 2.2. That took me less than 3 hours, so I'm hoping to be done with 2.2, which has a little bit more quests. I'm hoping to be done with that in the next 4 hours, right? Having a 7-hour long stream, being done by around 8 o'clock like normal is is the goal I'm hoping for. Truly, there is no rest for the weary. Scarce has I begun to make myself at home when I received the request for assistance from Almagina and Sons mineral concern. It would appear their storehouse and horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in the isolation, occasional discrepancies in their manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that the pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I need only tell you what that may imply. The brass blades charged with investigating the theft believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they have as yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by the lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have argued to intervene. I have not agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest but in service of to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart to Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Ishtola when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Oh, you know what? I gotta change this title. I didn't realize it was a typo. There you go. Right, hopefully that doesn't mess anything up. There was a typo in my title. It said a Ream Reborn, not a Realm. My bad. I was very quickly typing and stuff because I was trying to get going. 'Cause I wanted to start streaming earlier because I knew this was gonna probably be a longer stream. I thought because I made more typos but I thought I solved all those typos, but I guess not. Ah, Pilskin, your assistance is most welcome. I have already spoken at length with the brass blades. What now? Bit right. Okay. Albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might better be spent in conversation with Fufalupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, perhaps it would not elude yours. Fufalupa. Pilskin, what a pleasure to see you again. Istola said to expect you. Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, and I dare say it may be greater than... Ah, but never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden caravan refused to halt in his inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Allegan Sunway. The cart bolted off towards Eastern Thanaland, where, thank the gods, I heard that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. A speeding caravan. That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning. Yet the Amalja do have a foothold in Eastern Thanaland. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any minute now, but I fail to see what else it could... Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I came bearing disappointing news. Or, on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Thancred, where have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amalja friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends and the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of somnus. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Pilskin. Against all expectations... Oh my god, you can put your minion in the seat? I can't turn my camera more to see it. That's cool. Alright, sorry. Against all expectations, it would seem that the Amalja are innocent of this particular spate of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon a Freet. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals, and in such quantities. It cannot be that we are dealing with similar thieves. If their motives were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While you think about what it might be, I shall inform Urianger of our progress, or lack thereof.
Now then.
Finally, voice acting, so I can get my voice a rest.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Well, currently right now, Urian J probably. They're just a bunch of merchants, but Urian J probably has the highest standing among all of them. No, earrings are useless because I have these earrings, which are going to be on me until level 80. They came out when Endwalker came out, and they allow you. They just are the best earrings you can get until level 80 because they always sync to your level. My final temptation. Ah, bright idea. Any bright ideas? A solitary flesh of insight. No. Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fulalupa's brain again. Who knows? If we work together, we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I did not know you could put a minion on a two-person mount. I gotta try that. I think I have a two-person mount. Try it later. Oh, but it is good to see you returned. I have given some thought to the matter, and I have just hit open a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fulalupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears proven well-founded, Fulalupa. Indeed, if, for reasons of security, the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. Ah, but since a shipment would surely be well guarded, would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhaps not, but neither would the concerned be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret to entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Makote miner, traveling without escort so as not to attract undue attention. But who? Ah, I see. Yes, the concerned may well elect to do that, but to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way. Mayhaps north the bridge to Hammerlea? A fine spot for a rest. Would you not agree, Pilskin? You lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Ahem, forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Look at Old over there. Such a big city. Standing watch. Watching this rock very intently. This rock is not going to be able to do anything on my watchful eye. Oh, I'm supposed to be watching over there. Bring back out Remy. Want to make sure Remy is getting his fair share of experience. Cute. Oh, there's more. Oh, Frabjous Day Kalukale, I love to slay. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Stubborn to the last, as expected. You are unharmed. A gang of sea wolf thieves in Thanalan, no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea wolves, all of them. Ah, and all with the same taste of facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Oh, our thieves are a long way from home. Freaking Pelskin is like, huh? What's going on? Thancred, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. To Horizon, then. Fufalipa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. Cussing. On behalf of the Brass Blades and the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. But we have been idle. While you are afraid, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No, I am afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he, managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him and made good his escape. Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that somnus we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea wolf. Lemenzin, born and raised, I believe. But do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. I see. Pray keep me appraised of any developments. Yes? He's standing next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Ugh. Nod. My headphones want to fall off every time I do that. Other of Exiles. The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphino awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphino has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our traitorous Brass Blade, And when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't even have to use the ticket to go there because it's literally right over here. Ah, building. La 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 la. I like making music. It's not anything in particular. It's just random noises that I turn into a tune. You are late. No matter. I know where our visitors are heading. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You are familiar with Doma, yes? In Othard? Well, like the rest of the nations of the East continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale. And more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information would prove most useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity. Do you not think? Come with me to Old Da, Pilskin. Unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken, we will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan's sword on the royal promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings. Insurance if our guests are not themselves imperial agents. It seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some, and if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do not enjoy your speaking repertoire. Repartee? Satisfied? Good. I shall see you in Old Da. Sorry, I got temporarily nervous out of nowhere for some reason that my microphone, my webcam here, wasn't always picking up my voice because I'm not looking at it. Because like my monitor's here where I'm playing the game. This is my TV. This is my laptop where my webcam is. And then this is my second monitor where my OBS and everything is at, right? So like over on this side is where I have my overlays of my stream so I can check it, find out if my internet's fine, my bitrate, yada yada yada. And, you know, I can check my OBS. Directly in front of me is my webcam as well as my stream chat, so I'm looking at you while I'm talking to you, as well as my Twitch activity feed and my Twitch stats, right? And then over here is my game, right? So, so I'm not looking at my OBS while I'm playing the game, right? It's not even in my eyesight, so I have to keep glancing over there to make sure that, you know, it's actually picking up my voice all the time. I'm pretty sure it is. I've never had a single person say otherwise, but for some reason in the back of my mind I got a little paranoid. It happens quite frequently, actually. I get this little voice in the back of my head is like telling me that something's wrong for one reason or another. I just wanted to make sure that I was being heard. I think I am. I don't see why I wouldn't be. As long as I speak loud and clear. Or clear and loud. It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir. We have not the leisure to dodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You know not what you do. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know his kind well. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alphino Levier, at your service, a friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique, in this part of the world at least. Few indeed are your allies in Ul'dah, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. Alright, it is time for our favorite jingle. Pray return to the waking sand. Pray return to the waking sand. Yay! I'm dumb. I'm dumb. He said quicksand, not waking sand. That's the bar at in Thanalan. It's whatever. Yeah, it's the quicksand. They're all the same name. The quicksand, the waking sand, the rising stones. My bad. This makes a lot more sense. Rather than running all the way back to Vesper Bay.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
'12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may,
Be that as it
Ul'dah
may.
is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
I will be right back after run to the bathroom. Boo, I'm back. I don't know why I did that. Alright. You goody. If I may, sir, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them. I think. Suffice it to say, however, our sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more when you already offer so much, desperation compels me. Gentle sir, if you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Hey, Momodi, this lady over here needs some stuff. Hells, why didn't you say so sooner, Pilskin? Wait, what? Hells, why didn't you say so sooner, Pilskin? Of course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day, to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow, see? But just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a buttload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Go and call on Friedere and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the little prince's order to the Waking Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them these letters. That should set them straight. Alright. I'll be right back, you Gary. Gotta go get your food. Wish you could go get me food. No, hold on. Oh, it was starting to lag. Luckily, I know how to fix it now. Hopefully one day I can get me a better capture card. That's a rather odd request. Mayhaps you misheard her instructions? You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. Ah, one of those people. He's in the business of feeding refugees now? I ain't normally one to question Mistress Mimodi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man what can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Ul'dah sucks, if I'm being honest. The people here are just absolute horrible. Because the whole lot of them are all like, oh no, this is a place of work. This is a place of money. You know, and if you can't work, you don't deserve to eat. You don't deserve to live. And it's like, to an extent, honestly. It's like, feed them initially, but also give them an opportunity to feed themselves. You know what I mean? Like, they just got off the boat. Give them food now, but don't make a habit of it, you know? Otherwise, you know, sometimes they will just keep asking for handouts. They need to be able to take care of themselves. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Aguirre it's all in hand. I dared not hope for such magnanimity, much less expect it. Mistress Mimodi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. The greatest help you can give to someone is an opportunity. Sometimes that's all you need. Lady Aguirre, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience. No, he said to go back home, you dirty... And then, I don't want to finish that because he just said a bunch of really, really racial slurs about your type of people. I'm sorry. I amuse myself. Raban would never say that, though. Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Alphino. I swear we shall return the favor. Naught is owed, Lady Aguirre, for naught has been given. For the record, that was just a joke. It was just a joke. I do that a lot. I have a very dark sense of humor, but that's all it is. It is just a humor. It's just a joke. They are not etched in any morals I actually have. Naught is owed, Lady Aguirre, for naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy. I know this word. I know it. Philanthropy. It's such a hard word for me to say. Like, I know it, but it's hard to go from philanthropy. And that nothing so unpalpable will be required of them, assuming the domans are required to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us on a royal promenade. Pray return to the royal sands. Alright, time to go to the rustic raspberry. The rustic pomegranate. Not that way. Where am I going? I got turned around. I think I got distracted by my own joke and the fear that I may have upset someone. Like that's the hard part with me. Is like I do have a very dark sense of humor, right? But I am also one of the people. I also wholeheartedly believe that people just need to be able to laugh at themselves, you know, and it's like it is just a joke, right? Now, I do not believe in any form of racism at all. It is not okay in any regard, right? The joke was merely that she got shut down at the door because Robon is racist. That was the joke, but Robon's not. And I apologize if I upset anyone with that. But this is my sense of humor. I, though make jokes about this, do not have any tolerance for any form of discrimination. And I'm going to leave it at that. A pleasure, Pelskin. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
Yeah, see? Opportunity, right? You feed them the one time to help them get their strength back, and then you give them an opportunity, and with that opportunity, they can provide for the greater good of the community they're trying to be refugees into, right? It's a benefit for both.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
Nay, nary, off with the wench.
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Hi, Lolorito. Yeah. I honestly completely forgot that there's other races on this council. I remember that this council was just nothing but Lullafels. I always called it Munchkin Land. But I forgot that there was actually 2 other people on the council that were not Lullafels. Though I don't think they ever say anything, and they're not important, which is why I forgot they exist.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant?
Are you blind?
Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees.
Again, are you blind? Can you see through that thing?
They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher.
Ever higher.
The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think.
Is it bad of me that I was like, why is his mouth not moving when he's talking? He's like, oh wait, that's not Lolorito talking. It's like, oh no, I just mistaked one short person for another short person.
Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Yeah, and in all honesty, for the longest frickin' time, I kept getting Lolorito and Teleji Adeleji mixed up. I could not remember which one was which. And again, that's bad. But it's a video game, it doesn't matter.
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
It's nice of the Syndicate to pause in their discussion for Alphinaud to be able to exposit.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse.
No. You're not in danger of financial collapse. Lolorito is. If he drops below a billion gil, all hell's gonna break loose. You know how 1%ers are. He doesn't want to lose his money. He doesn't want to give it to poor people. He'll throw people out on the streets if he can make a quick buck off of it.
I move that an exception be made.
I don't mean to get political, but...
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law. And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo.
Little Alamigo.
Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
Yeah, you tell him, Raban.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
Yeah, I don't think Lolorito is going to believe you on that, because his concern is not the welfare of the great nation. His concern is the welfare of his own pockets.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future.
See? He only cares about his own pockets, his own money.
Uldar's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Well, that's not good.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh,
But he doesn't get profit
that
in
you
it.
traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
Whoop, there. I don't need any more die. I got plenty of die. As you observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft have I wondered how a man of skill, so skilled in weighing the worth of things, should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. Bah, I will waste no more words on him. Not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone, follow me to the Hall of the Flames. I'm hungry. What are all these side quests I have? Nananji. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The Monitorists have made their position clear. Agreed. Ulda is not an option. Nor are Limsa Laminza or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an air this hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Menphilia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decisions. I do. We all wish to preserve which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Syndicate to accept us for a limited time? A week maybe? Or maybe even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Lady Agiri, I have a proposal, if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alphino. The headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Ravenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lack the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Ravenous Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have needs of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor, lest you doubt, with not save food or shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself propose, Lady Agiri. This is convenient! Though I will not hear a word said against our beloved Ul'dah. Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Ravenous Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhaps the Ul'dah Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there anon, Pilskin. Lady Agiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. If you can't tell, I love music. Like, I love music. One of my favorite things. And music, in any capacity, can drastically enhance any form of storytelling. Movies, shows, video games. Music is amazing. And Final Fantasy is no slouch when it comes to great music. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Ravenous Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with sufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. Hello. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhaps it would go unnoticed. but the syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on the doman's behalf. Very well. We shall begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ul'dah, Lady Ugiri. And you in Ravenous Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do, Lady Ugiri. Let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? Nod. I would entrust the task of escorting the Dome of Friends to you, after you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? Nod. Hey, look, more rings. Look at all these rings I have. Nice. Ugiri's game. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vesper Bay, wherefore they will be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Pilskin, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with the man named Hosen when you arrive. As Lady Ugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. Alright. Pray return to the wakened sand. Pray return to the wakened sand. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. It's the only way this ticket works. You gotta sing. Pew. Pew. Oh, you're over here. Greetings, Alphino. Greetings. Alphino informed me that the Scion will be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. Ah, I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from the sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I had failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son Yozen. He can tell you more. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozen, son of Hosen. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by a horse bird drawing carriages. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others. Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding. And since Lady Ugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. Yay. Hide and seek. I had trouble playing hide and seek in Breath of the Wild as well. I couldn't find the children. Luckily, I know where they are. How'd you find me? Bah, guess I need to practice more. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Are you playing? No fair. Yosin didn't say anything about adults. Huh? We get to ride a horsebird carriage? I don't know. It sounds scary, but if Yosin says it's safe, I'll go. I think the last one's over here. Nope, not over here. Back here. There we go. Hey, you're not Yosin. Who are you? I'm Kaharu. Pilskin Zerthos, eh? I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute. You're one of those, stallions, aren't you? No, Scions! Then you must know Lady Agiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek, too. Oh my, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Pilskin. Give me a sec. Yes, I'm counting the quests to find out how many more I have left. I'm not going to tell you, but I know how many more there is. We started... My bad, here. Right? Yeah. Okay, 4. I keep losing track of what number I'm on. Wonderful. All the children... For a second there, I almost started reading that to myself. Wonderful. All the children are accounted. Hide and seek. Ah, I see that you are curious. It is quite simple, really. Lady Agiri thought it best that the children know how to do... what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. 5. Yeah. Why we adventure. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father, Home, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Kaharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though, I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades. It would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform the coachman. Pilskin has to do this to talk to people. Eager to be off, are ye? Aye, well, I was meaning to have a word with ye about that. Runner from the Blade says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beast's been sighted south of the bridge to Hamalia. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but I don't pay to gamble in this business. Now, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here is another story. So I was thinking ye might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure the area is safe, like. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way's clear, meet us outside Horizon. The blades tell me the road there's safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. South of Hamalia. Hamalia is that place. Up and over. Yeah, over there. Down, down. So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word, eh? Well fought, sir. Well fought. Ah, if only I was in better health. I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Aguirre's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, father. To see who was given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our own hands. They just knocked that old man off his feet, right on his ass. Hey, Mr. Pilskin, Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To gain power, to gain glory, to amass a fortune, to go where the wild rose blooms. I mean, frankly, that one. I love just exploring, just going places. So, you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in lots of places? That's not what I meant, dude. It's my turn now. Excuse me, Mr. Pilskin. I've got a question. What's Revenant Toil like? Is it pretty? No. It is a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It is a bastion of civilization and a harsh and forgiving wilderness. It's a home of the signs of the Seventh Dawn. It is a stone's throw from the Imperial Castrum. No, it's this one. It's frequented by countless adventurers. You mean there are lots of people there who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. No, they are not nearly as strong as me. I am the Warrior of Light. I'm quite possibly the most powerful character in all of Final Fantasy. Not right now, but I will be. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Mr. Pilskin, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? So you got new experiences and adventures, fight ferocious beasts, train every day, buy weapons and armor from Owina. I mean, that's not wrong. New experiences and adventures. You'll get stronger just by, by being an adventurer. Of course, to be better adventurer, you need to go adventuring. Alright, that's enough questions for Mr. Pilskin. That's not fair. Why does Yuzun get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? I didn't get a choice on that one. Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Pilskin. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. And I'm also going to ask him 2 more questions because this isn't fair. When we get to Ravenous Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Pilskin and Lady Agiri. Yeah, just like Mr. Pilskin and Lady Agiri. I'm going to be 100% honest with you, right? If you do the rogue class quest, right, eventually it becomes the ninja class, and you don't do quests for the for Yagiri or something like that, but you do quests to Domans, right? Because ninjas are from Doma, right? As you can clearly tell with Yagiri's getup. Without going into spoiler territory for that, you find out a lot more about the Domans and everything, and you find out that a lot of it very well seems to be inspired, or at least a reference to like Naruto, or unless that's just how ninja lore is. But like, I'm a huge Naruto fan, right? I can't help but do anything with the Domans without just thinking of Naruto. And these people, these children, give me very, very strong Konohamaru and Co. vibes of the ones that idolize Naruto and wants to be like him when they grow up. Like, it gives me them vibes. And that's all I see anytime I talk to these kids. We can talk more about it when in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? I just love how Pilskin just looks like he's just ready to sleep. He's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Horse bird, horse bird. We didn't make it very far. We were right there. Now we're down here. We didn't make it far at all. I have to go to the quicksand, talk to Alphino. Oh, right. We're my bad. We are taking them to Ul'dah, not Ravenous Toll right now, because Momodi said that she was going to house them and give them what they need until time that they can go to Ravenous Toll, which some things need to be set up first before they go that way. So we're escorting them to Momodi's place, to the Adventurers Guild here rather than to Ravenous Toll. It's like, is this going to take me all the way to Ravenous Toll? And that's why we didn't go that far. The Worried Weaver. Enter the Viper. That's what I main on my other class, the Viper. It is such a fun class. It's reminiscent of Zidane's class of Final Fantasy IX. But I'm stuck with tanking here because that's what I said. Oh, Pilskin. I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No. I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Agiri should travel to Ravenous Toll forthwith. Like they give me one, and then they give me another. My tenacious, whatever, will go down, but it's whatever. I'm just gonna put on whatever they tell me to put on. All due respect. It is past time Lady Aguirre met with the guild representative in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan, which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Aguirre to Menphilia and the guild emissaries. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Pilskin. Alright, back to Ravenous Toll. Ugh, I am making insanely good progress today. I'm going so fast. And this must be the esteemed Lady Aguirre and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find your dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaffborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out our orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head to call me Mister either. We are both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells, Pilskin. Why are you wasting time with me? See them to the Brazen Stones. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon. Did I never talk to the Chocobo Keeper? I did, okay. For some reason, I didn't remember talking to the Chocobo Keep here. Papalimo was talking to Coltonit. Tataru is at her desk, probably singing songs in her head. Da 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 da. Ori Boulder's having a fantastical conversation with Flamin, which she won't let him leave and put this box down. And Ida's over here all by her lonesome, being emotionally distressed. Ishtola and Thancred are not here because I'm assuming they're still investigating the thefts in Western Thanalan. No, Central Thanalan. Yeah, like every single time you come to the Rising Stones and the story, the layout is different and people are just interacting with each other. It's interesting to watch, to like see what people are doing. I'm gonna probably see if I can make a habit of checking in on everyone every time I come here. I'm not gonna talk to them all because that'll take forever, but I'm gonna at least check in on them. Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldessian continue to meet with failure. Urion J. Oh yeah, and Urion J's investigating that. Urion J has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded not. My finger hurts. You ever have the section underneath your fingernail just start hurting like a stabbing pain, like you pricked it or something? Yeah, I don't know why that happens. It just started hurting randomly. Like it feels like a paper cut underneath your fingernail. It like stings. Urion J has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded not. There we go. We got that out. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhaps you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unsolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our norm purview. But be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Agiri is here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. Oh, yeah, Nymphilia hasn't met you, Agiri. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answer pleased me beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll would not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. Hey, they talk. Oh, they did talk when we first met them. The lady hasn't. This guy has. Doesn't have a name. As ever, it has been a pleasure, and to descent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriage are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slackborn, Lady Agiri. Pilskin? And the lady proceeds to say nothing. Lamin and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Istola should be returning anon with the report from a field. Mayhaps you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas.
Oh crap! This is not gonna be it. This is not gonna be fun. Oh no, I suck at this fight.
But
Oh no.
there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ah! Headaches! Oh no.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this.
Yagiri is so confused right now. It's like, why did they two just have headaches? What are y'all talking about? What is Leviathan? Who is he?
But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
What's the echo? She's so
My lady,
confused right now.
Unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
It's like, should she really be privy to this conversation? This seems very important to discuss in closed quarters, you know? Between, you know, all parties that it matters to. This doesn't concern Yagiri. Like, she probably shouldn't be here in this.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
Yeah, it's Tataru.
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
I'm so confused. What is happening? Yagiri has no idea what's going on right now.
A primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
What is a primal?
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
And take off your hood. Let us see your face. Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experiences, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet, so long as there is even a chance that the primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our effort all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Ooh. Picked up on my camera. Sorry. I have a bad habit of cracking my knuckles. My fingers get like stiff, so I crack my knuckles. I was hoping it didn't pick up on my camera, because I know that can bother some people. I need to stop cracking my knuckles so much. It is causing some major arthritis in my hands, which is why they cramp up so much. But can't help it sometimes. Like, I just do it without thinking that I'm doing it. You are expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Merivib. Admiral. Welcome, friends. I take it Y'shtola has appraised you of our situation. Let us waste no time, then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, God forbid, our efforts should come up to naught, I would need to trouble you for more than your mere support, much as I did in the Titans' last walk these lands. Now, there's a specific reason why this next fight is so difficult for me. Very specific reason. I'm going to see if that specific reason helps or happens. Lady Ventfilia, I'm given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have found reason for doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precaution must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. For the record, Ventfilia is not a fighter. That's why everyone's trying to protect her and not get her in the middle of all this. She does not fight. In fact, she is the only scion or honorary scion or scion adjacent that does not have an actual class of any kind. even Tataru, though doesn't ever get a fighting class, she does find a class. Like she mentioned, she's gonna go see if she can be a miner. She's going to basically find a class for her to do, right? A job for her to do. She finds one eventually. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but she finds one eventually. Minfilia is the only one that does not actually have a succulent job. Is succulent the right word? I keep using that word, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the right word. She's the only one that does not have an actual job, right? Ishtola is a conjurer. Yagiri is a ninja. Thancred is a rogue. Then you have Alphino, who's an arcanist. You have Urian J, who's an arcanist. Papalimo is a thaumaturge. Ida is a pugilist, because none of these people have class upgrades yet at any point. None of them have a class upgrade. And even there's Nanamo, but Nanamo is seen through Raban, who is a gladiator. Mervib is a machinist. Connie Senna is also, she's a white mage. Even like Hori Boulder is a paladin. Continent is a black mage. So like, she's the only one, right? I mean, unless you want to include La Men as well. She's nothing either. So Minfilia and La Men and Flamen are the only ones that don't actually have a class and never get a class. Private Zerthos. Our scouts are currently, so that's why they don't want her in the middle of everything, because she will literally just die. She has one power, and that power only decides to work for plot reasons. Private Zerthos. Our scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operations staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Folk Breda has charge of the garrison. I'm getting an itch on my back. I can fly over here. Flying is so nice. It makes things so much faster. Look at all those check marks everywhere. Those are quests I was doing in the region, but I can't turn them in because they're all level 44. And my my white mage is only level 43. I've been expecting you, Scions of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter at Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fates. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, If they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into the enemy territory. However, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Boom. Dive bomb. But people are gonna still attack me here. That's fun. I'm just looking for. I don't see anyone down here. Found you. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lightly armed as we are, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg of you. Dive bomb! Are you serious right now? You want to go? You want to go? Go away. Listen to that copter sound. Right, no. You returned. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? Oh dear, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. The gift of eternity. Thrice damned fishback bastards! I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all seven hells. The tongue on this lady. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? But my apologies, Admiral. We may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetheryte in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. We but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the Sapsa's the spawning ground. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. Ah, but we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember... That was weird. How? I just heard a very high-pitched ping in my ear. Ah, but we are not artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast as key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take Sapsa's Aetheryte and eliminate the Sahagin priests, considering presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flank. At the selfsame moment, a divisionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. Ugh. And likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Pilskin and Y'shtola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Y'shtola, Thancred and Ygiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Y'shtola and Pilskin. It makes sense that they're doing it. They are a rogue and a ninja, which end up having stealth, which means that they can get in deep without being seen, and then they can just unstealth and then just run away. Which ninjas and rogues have a higher running speed than any other class. So there's that. They're perfect for infiltration. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetheryte, accompanied by Lady Minfelia, as we agreed. Don't let me keep you, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! Alright, to battle in a moment. I'm gonna have to, hold on. When last we fight side by side, Pilskin, too long ago, I warrant, but come, let us away. Yeah. I was going to go see what was going to be made for dinner. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Dinner will be done in about 20 minutes. I probably have enough time to kill Leviathan. Because I don't want to be in the middle of fighting Leviathan when someone comes up here with my food and they're just standing outside my door knocking for like 10 minutes while I'm fighting a primal. Remy, get your butt out here and stop being so gosh darn lazy. I'm surprised he didn't see me. I'm somehow just walking past all these guys. I mean, I'm within the 10 levels, so they should still aggro me. Unless they stop aggroing you when you're higher than level 50, since you'll be outside the range of a Realm Reborn. That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. Hey, he aggroed me. Maybe 46 was just low enough that they, I have to, like, be, like, right in front of them for them to care. Can I please target this guy directly in front of me? Oh, great. Now I'm silenced. Not that that matters because I'm, you know, not a mage. This isn't a stranger in paradise. Silence doesn't stop me from using abilities or skills. Axolotl? That's not what an axolotl looks like. I'm just gonna jump over you guys. Thank you. Goodbye. Stoli, you good? You're a white mage. You should heal yourself. Or you're a conjurer. My bad. Pray do not concern yourself. Well, that means she doesn't have her gen, so. Pray do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetheryte is close at hand. Let us press on.
They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
And you got a stick. Nice shot, Fanny.
Did I miss much?
And here comes Yugiri. Miss Ninja herself. I love Yugiri. I really do. Is she one of my favorite characters? No, not really. Alizé is still my favorite character. Plus,
so that is
a couple of characters we haven't met yet.
Pick no quarrel with Domans.
But I do love Yugiri.
But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
I used to main Rogue and Ninja on my main. I mained Rogue and Ninja before Viper came out because I've always been a huge fan of the two-handed the dual wielding fast DPS types, right? Which is what Rogue was, but Rogue ends up becoming Ninja, which becomes more versatile than anything. They have long range attacks, they have magic, yada yada yada. Which fell a little bit too far away from what I really wanted in a dual wielding class. And then Viper came out, which is a pure dual wield fast DPS, right? And I dropped Ninja for Viper. Let me tell you, I'm really good as Viper. Whee! The funny part is, this is actually how Ninja and Rogues fight when you use them. They flip around all over the frickin' place. And so do Vipers as well, actually. But a Viper, their two swords become one sword, and it becomes like a double-edged sword. Really fun class, really fun. But I've played DPS enough. I'm a DPS player. It's what I do. In any MMO that I've ever played, I'm always DPS. I think it was about time for me to be a tank for once. Ow, my face!
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Nice camera shot. Okay, cinema. Absolute cinema.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled swordwalkers tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end!
Okay.
You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
No? Do you feel that? This doesn't look good. Maybe we should shoot them. Merva, maybe you should shoot them. You have a gun. Are we just gonna stand here and watch? Okay.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
What?
Such power! It is transcendent!
Hey, it's about time you shoot him. A little too late, though.
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have eternal!
Are you?
O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Remember, just shoot them all. Yeah, just shoot them all.
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
Leviathan.
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite.
Yeah, the primal is absorbing all of that ether inside of you, my dude.
Am I not immortal?
Not to a god.
Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Well, we know that Elidibus has been here. Mr. Emissary himself. It's fine, we can just leave it alone. It ain't harming anybody.
Where did he go?
He went to go destroy a small village with a bunch of kids playing blitzball.
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
And destroy Kilika. No, not Kilika. Leviathan is not sin. Might as well be. Who would win in a fight, Sin or Leviathan? Somebody answer me that question. I'll Google it after I'm done with the stream. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet, how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Into the heart of the world. Though our plight cries out for action, we must make haste. Well, no, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. Of that you may be sure. But Lemlane herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in this element. In a straight fight, he would make meat to match wood for us. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Yeah, she's just right over here. Keep forgetting. She's in the she's in the Bulwark Hall. I keep wanting to go to the aft castle because that's where the Maelstrom command is, and I keep thinking that's where I have to go. You're expected in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western La Noscia. Hearthstone, it was called.
La Noscia? Is that how it's pronounced? I don't think I ever noticed that she said it like that. Noscia. I've been calling it Nocia. Noscia. That makes a lot more sense. La Noscia. That also sounds a lot better, too. God, how many times have people hated me for calling it La Noscia? Look, I've played through this far in the story. This is the third time. And I swear I never remembered her saying La Noscia. Well, now I just feel dumb. La Noscia, okay.
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage.
Sorry, it sounded like someone was yelling downstairs. On the contrary, this is the first time I'm playing through the game with headphones on. Right? So I'm actually hearing more of the text than I normally did playing it without headphones on. Playing it through my TV. Right? Because I play this game on my PlayStation, right? It's more comfortable for me to be playing it on my PlayStation with a controller, right? My reaction speed on a controller is a lot better than that on a PC, right? Plus, playing long hours on a PC does hurt my hands and wrists, right? The arthritis I was talking about. Because I can't stop cracking my knuckles. This is the first time that I'm actually playing with headphones. So, I probably just didn't hear her the last couple of times.
But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystal stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations.
Oh, fun.
If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe, but I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Hey, Yugiri, you want to talk to me now? What's going on? Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. Fire Marshal. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it would be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. It better not be that same bozo from before. One of the company of heroes. The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store on by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Y'shtola said. None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having waged Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessels will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Pilskin, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. I swear, if this is the guy earlier that swore he up and down he killed Titan, I'm gonna punch him in the head. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower La Noscia. I got it right this time. Lower La Noscia. Lower La Noscia. The Storm Private sent to question him should already... I'm already almost done with the Eorzean era of this, and I'm not going to have to say that word much more. But I learned it finally. To be in vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. I mean, you'll still be in Eorzea. You're like, I'm not like the other expansion's not going to have me leave Eorzea and I'm never coming back, right? This is my home. There's always a reason to keep coming back. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. God, it is the guy. I'm gonna punch him in the face. I'm gonna punch him in the face. It is the guy. I thought you got fired. Oh no, the guy gave him one more chance. At least I can fly over there. Though it is raining pretty heavily, so Leviathan's powers are going to be much stronger. That's not how that works, but I don't care. It's still so far away. What the heck? We couldn't cut through there because it was a transition to mist. It's the same guy. Tractum. Ugh, why does he insist on wasting my time? Now look here, you'll have your bloody story right after you carry these sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick those oranges for you, and before I mucked out the Chocobo stables, and before I rolled the maelstrom over to the mill. Rolled the millstone over to the mill. And also before... This dude's gonna get arrested. Because before, he wasted the time of a humble adventurer in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Now he's wasting Merovib's time. And her commanders, the Maelstrom, her free company, right? Now he's wasting all of their time, right? There is an imminent actual threat happening right now, and he's wasting our time with lies. I am half tempted to just throw him in the ocean and let Leviathan deal with him herself. Is Leviathan a girl in this? Leviathan's usually a female, a woman, and like usually a female in every in most iterations of Final Fantasy. There has been like very few times that it wasn't. So I'm assuming this is a female as well. This is a woman as well. But sir, that's what you said before. Oh, I already read that. And also before. Put some pants on. You're gonna get me in trouble. Gods, man. I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days. And do you hear me complaining? Bah, I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tractum ain't a generous soul. Now, pick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting. You kin? Uh-huh. The tale of Tractum's epic victory over the dread primal Leviabetus. Leviabetus. Now, Leviabetus is huge. Make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide across as me members long. And that's no man's feat, let me tell you. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of me hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But, what are you, Hercules? But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let me mates in the company of healers handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Maybe too modest. Now there's some as say ye can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you've got to learn to live with him and make the best out of a bad situation. Not the company, though. It's you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention. It's all. I take it back. Everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. A chocobo dung. No, I'm a maggot you find wiggling in a chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and that doesn't happen much. Me member's tiny. It's pathetic. I hate this guy, but I also love this guy. Remember, tiny. It's pathetic. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him with my own eyes. 'Twas a fair few years back when I was working at the baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day. No, you don't say. You were shirking your duties, huh? You certainly weren't shirking something else. Loitering around the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent some moms off the coast with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannon firing. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself right there and then. This dude's an idiot. What? Oh God, just remembering that day made me soil myself all over again. Oh my God. Hey, wait. If you're here asking about Leviabetus, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible. Dreadful. I tell you, if you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying whoreson. I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. Philskin, this is Minfilia. Were you able to learn aught to use against Leviathan? No, it's tracked him again. He's an idiot. He keeps lying, and he probably should be arrested and fired. In that exact order. I beg your pardon. Leviabetus? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Marbury dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. I hope I never have to speak to you again, Tractum. I just love the fact that I just walk in the room and the dude just like, he like literally just like word vomits everything that he was lying about. It's like, I don't have to say a word to him. He knows he's in trouble when Pilskin walks in. No. A thing to know about me is I am an absolute, like, lover, like, obsessive lover of dumb comedy. Like, the dumber, the better. Like, I love things that are just, like, brain rot comedy. Like parody movies, right? Scary Movie, Cabin in the Woods. Like, I just love parody movies. I just, like, even things like Haunted House and I'm trying to think of other, like, epic movie, date movie, movie 43, like, just dumb comedy. Just like, the dumber the better. What up? I think food's done. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. I got food. I am told your jaunt to the Great Fleet proves fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Whirl Eater, I call her, is complete. And she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is not nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Whirl Eater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. Lord of the Whirl. Ah, I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whirl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you, she's capable. She has been fitted with what our friends at Naldic and Vamili are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of its hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Ishtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary forces must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Ishtola, if you would join the 3rd Levy and Lady Yagiri the 5th. But what words have I for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiment and add a few words of mine own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Pilskin. May the crystals bless and keep you. The World Eater. Hard! Unlocked. Nice. Okay. Alright. Let's see how long this takes. Now, there's a specific mechanic to this fight that makes me a little concerned. Luckily, there is 2 tanks, so if I do die, we should be good. But I am absolutely horrible at this fight. Even as a DPS, no matter what role I'm playing. Because it's not Leviathan that kills me. It's the mechanic. There's a certain mechanic that will kill me like every single time. And I'm going to hope that I can overcome this mechanic this time. Hopefully. I'm gonna take this time to eat. I'll ask my free company if anyone wants to join me in the off chance that I don't get in by the time I finish my food. Bye, Remy. All right, here we go. Let's hope I don't die. Oh, Ricky's here. That was Commander Ricky. Yeah. And my headphones doing that. It's like Jaws. Donna, 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 Donna. All right. I'm gonna stay on this head. I don't know if it matters. Like, they have people over there, they have a tank over there. I'm gonna just take all his hits over here. I'm just gonna take his hits. Because he's still attacking. Yeah. I should have used my thing. Alright, now the fight actually starts. Okay, but hear me out. On this difficulty, that mechanic was not there. You can fight all of these guys again at harder difficulties, right? Right? You can fight all these trials again at harder difficulties, called extremes. On extreme, these guardrails are not here. So anytime he blows you to the side of the raft, he'll blow you in the water, which is an instant kill. He'll instantly kill you, right? I didn't need to worry about it for this one in particular because the guardrails are here. But if I was doing the EX, I would have died twice because I just ignored the mechanic of which way it was sloping, right? That is the mechanic I was talking about. I haven't done hard in a long time, so I forgot the guardrails were here on hard, right? But on extreme, those guardrails are not there. Now, there's going to be fights later on in this game that I have to learn the mechanics, because if I don't, I can easily instantly die, right? So playing tank is my way of forcing myself to get good. I can't just go through the entire game ignoring all the mechanics and then hoping that a white mage can bring me back to life. I got to learn these things and get better. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversations during your past few visits. But today, I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have been an honor. I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. Wink. Why are you winking at me? That's weird. Don't wink at me. Or is it voiced? I want to eat the last of my food.
We Lominsons
Yes, it
are
is.
sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well.
It's funny because the rogues become ninjas, right? At level 30, they get a class quest, they become ninjas. The Rogues Guild is in Limsa Lominsa. So I imagine there's probably a good handful of people in here that would love to take her up on her offer.
Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity.
Yeah.
Its members are trained in a form of combat, not unlike your own.
The Rogues Guild.
By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I'm heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
It's like, the Rogues Guild tries to be like the secret society, but like, Merva knows that they're there and she doesn't care.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
Come on, I'm trying to make nice with a nice lady.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
or met me, which means I wouldn't be here, and y'all would still be under Garlean rule. So yay, Thancred.
Minfilia, please!
Oh, it's embarrassing Thancred hour. Yay!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
Yugiri, you just helped in the stopping of a god that was going to kill everyone in Lenosha and Limsa Lamenza. I'm pretty sure you've done your part. Beep beep. Who's beeping up there?
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning, but when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Ooh, there's tension brewing.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
When Yagiri meets the fraternity. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yagiri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present the letter to him. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you that the members of the fraternity to which you would be introduced abide in the shadows of Lumsen society. They value their independence more highly than pirates, and are united by the bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will get you only so far. To their confidence, you must work for every ounce of trust that they place in you. But here is the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. Oh, and good luck. I have to go down there. Okay. I'll buy him later. Whoa, almost fell. No, I was gonna go. I was gonna go buy more Gishal greens from the guy, but I can grab them later. I still have 75 of them. I don't really need more. I'll buy more when I run down to like 20. Wrong way. On the other side of this thing. Charlian Maiden. Oh, that's Sage. And that's Dancer. Dancer is a fun class. I love Dancer. Suspicious man. Inconspicuous man. Got business with me, venturer? So, you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Thancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But what with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I suspect he's got his hands full. Ah, and you must be the Far Easterner what Merivib says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Yagiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when first I learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that last. Limsa is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I see. Now that the practitioners of my art, too, are denizens of shadows, 'tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, Yagiri of what's it? It's Doma. It's 4 letters, dude. We can get acquainted in more private surroundings. That didn't come out right, did it? You touch one hair on her head, and I swear to you, she will kill you. I don't have to do anything. She'll do it. Master Pilskin, I say I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Yeah, she's not a class leader of any report. She's she's just Yagiri. Because the Rogues Guild is right there. The dutiful sisters of the Edelweiss. Through the Maelstrom. That's a suspicious picture. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you overlong. Doubtless you are pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, Warrior of Light. Item level. That's item level 90. That's item level 70. I only need the 90. But I'll hold on to these until I'm level 50. And then I'll find a third class to get to level 50. No. Does my current weapon... No, that's just Gladiator. So yeah, I'm gonna want to save the this 90 for Dark Knight, because I'm going to unlock Dark Knight. I can't unlock it yet because I have to actually get to Heaven's Ward before I can unlock it. But when I unlock it at level 30, so I'm gonna have to grind it up, and then once it's level 50. I'm going to use that level 90 weapon coffer on it to give it a level 90 weapon. Or not level 90, an item level 90.
On the events which took place
it's a level 50 weapon.
If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long.
Hey, Urianger.
Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
Means no more. Vanished. Gone. It disappeared into another plane of existence.
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
And that is a good cliffhanger. Yeah, that's it. That was 2.1 and 2.2. Now, I did want to mention, because I'm trying to let y'all know of any references or allusions to other Final Fantasy games, right? And I forgot to mention, Doma is a direct reference to Final Fantasy VI, the Kingdom of Doma, home of Cyan, right? Now, I've only played Final Fantasy VI twice in my life. I do plan on going back to it, giving it another fair shake, because I remember not liking it as much as people hype it up to be, you know? Now, I'm thinking of giving it another fair shake. There's just certain things about the game that scratch me the wrong way, generically, specifically in its storytelling, but nothing that ruins the game for me. I still love Final Fantasy VI. It's a great game. It's just I don't like it as much as other people do. But my throat is getting sore. I'm running out of water. I'm out of water. And I was only going to do 2.1 and 2.2 today. 6 hours. According to Google, this could have taken me anywhere between 8 hours and 11 hours. I did it in 6. I don't know if that means that I'm literally speed running through the game or I'm just that good. But yep, and I got done before 8 o'clock, so all is good, and I should be able to get this up before I have to go to bed, and I don't have to stay up all night. Yay. And I don't have to leave my computer on all night. Yay. So, I'll be back here again tomorrow with more Breath of the Wild, starting off with a Divine Beast, and then I'm going to be doing the the homestead stuff, because I found that out in the game and I'm addicted now. So I'll be doing that tomorrow, and then Friday will be more hard mode, and then I'll be back here with this again on Saturday to do 2.3 and 2.4. That is my schedule for the rest of the week. I will see you all on the subsequent days that you want to watch me, depending on which game you are interested in. And I will see you all next time, tomorrow, Friday, Thursday, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. To all future followers, I will see you soon. Wink. I'll see you all later. Bye. Peace.